Government don't care about you, they see through your TV screen, they looking at you, they go to your residence and they subdue you. When you're alone in your room, they listen to you. I know you can feel them crawling in your ear while you're in the bed, sleeping they appear, staring at the stars, asking who's there, wanna see an alien. Look in the mirror.
Hello, hello! Welcome to the final table of the Slovak Series of Poker 100k guaranteed opening event. €150 buy-in for this one. We're down to the final 8 players who are playing for the €18,900 first prize. Those are your chip counts there on the screen. See our chip leader there with 71 big blinds, very healthy stack, much deeper than the last final table we had here. It was a little bit shallow, but this one looks like we should get some good play time and some juicy hands, hopefully, over lots of streets. My good friend George is here on this final table, seat 2 there. He's got 1.1 mil. Decent stack, not sure what the blinds are, so maybe not a decent stack, but looks pretty good. There are your payouts. Everybody guaranteed €2,450 at the moment. Top 2 getting 5 figures. Bit of a mix of nationalities here at this final table as well, which is always nice. A couple of local guys from Slovakia, four Slovakians. George obviously from the UK. Seat 4 Barnabas from Hungary. Seat 5 from Austria. Seat 6 also from Hungary, so we've got a couple of Hungarians. Makes sense, I mean these tournaments are always filled with these kind of players because Bratislava is such an easy location to get to from a bunch of places just down the road from Vienna. And Budapest and Prague, everything's super close and easy to get to, so you always get a nice little mix. Makes it interesting to play. Some good tournaments coming up this week. Slovak Series of Poker running into its second week this week, so now is the main event, 250k guaranteed, and that's day ones for that one start tomorrow, I believe. Let me just check that. 28th, yeah, day one start tomorrow, so 250k guaranteed. It's a €250 buy-in, 40k starting stack, and there's a bunch of 40-minute regular flights to start. And then day 2 you get 45-minute clock, final day, day 3 will be 60-minute clock, so really good structure as well, nice progressive event. That should get a very juicy first prize. I would expect about 50k at least. Always great tournaments. There's also a high roller, 1k high roller, 30k guaranteed on the 30th, so a couple of good tournaments coming up this week. Straight into the action for Gio. He's picked up queens in the small blind, facing the button open. Looks like we're playing 30k, 60k potentially. Yeah, 30k, 60k. So George is all in for about 18 big blinds here. Getting the corn out of his teeth. Go on, Gio. Go on, son. Get those cards in the air, dealer. Come on, we're gagging for a bit of action. We want blood. All in and cool first hand. Where was the jacks on the button? 7-3 off under the gun. Into the muck, so very short stack. Hey, I recognise that guy. Both of those guys actually. Played with them a few times at this casino. I've got some nice steampunk sunglasses on the right hand side there. They look very funky indeed. All the bling. A7 suited. 11 big blinds under the gun +1, 8-handed. Tough spot. I think we probably just want to fold. Seeing as though we've got at least one stack shorter than us. I know we are very short ourselves, but what are we going for here? Been raised to 120. This would be the next best option for sure. Really good properties. A hand like this, suited ace, does well against hands that the big blind will defend, blocks a lot of hands that are going to 3-bet us or shove over our open. We get some better aces to fold in the middle positions as well. People are going to be folding ace 8, ace 9, ace 10, even space jack off, ace queen off, depending on the way the stacks are set up. Didn't get a proper look yet. Solid open, gets it through. Every pot is vital, so especially when you're at that kind of stat depth, 11 big blinds. He's just picked up almost 3 big blinds, gets to free roll the next orbit. Very nice. Very nice. Nine 8 suited. Let me grab the names. It would be cool if we put first names on the old graphics. DDD David Kazlov with the 8-9 suited. Peter with the ace jack. Gio with the ace queen suited. Is going to be shipping it in. The only thing for it with a hand this strong, especially with that flat call in there from the hijack, that's very, very unlikely to be anything that dominates us. It's going to be some pairs that fold sometimes, and then some hands that we dominate a lot of. King, queen, queen, jack suited type stuff, so does get the dominated ace jack to fold. I think ace jack probably wants to just 3-bet itself, facing the open. Guy with pretty reasonable amount of chips, young looking guys opening. It's going to be a not super tight range, so I think the ace jack just wants to kind of isolate. Ace jack off doesn't play very well multi-way, so peeling and then getting somebody else to peel or getting squeezed like we did there, not ideal. So probably works better as a 3-bet fold. Not going to get 4-bet shoved by like ace 10 suited or anything like that, so you don't have to worry about getting folded off of a decent pot share. Good start to the final table for Gio. Chipping up nicely. Queen 9 off in the cut-off, covering both stacks behind. Big blind or small blind is very, very short, so you are kind of committed to calling. Should he shove there? I think he had about 400k or maybe even less than that. Now he's been through the blinds, been through the big blinds, so he's probably on about 200k. So yeah, we don't mind putting in those 2 or 3 big blinds with queen 9 off. Ace queen off on the button, just going to be a shove. 20 bigs, nothing really for it. It's a late position open, so it shouldn't be super tight range, and not like we're shoving against under the gun or under the gun +1, and you know we're going to be running into ace king plus a bunch and a lot of strong pairs. It's going to be a much more diluted range. So good shove, gets it through. Get yourselves down to Banco, guys. This week's going to be absolutely phenomenal. These series are always great. Always so many players. Such a good atmosphere, great buzz. Giving away cool watches and stuff for the events, as well as a watch for the winner of this tournament. You get your trophy and your money and a watch. It's really, really cool. And yeah, always a great atmosphere. Everyone's buzzing to be there. Cool little city attached on the outside. Loads to see and do. Definitely worth the journey. Geo picking up the king queen off. No resistance so far. Ace deuce going to be in the muck. Gets it through. Easy as that. Just on an absolute heater, almost doubled up, and 3 hands with no showdown. Cool setup in the background. I've not seen this kind of graphics for I guess this is in the same location physically in the casino that the final table normally is, but they've done this jazzy backdrop and stuff. It's normally different to this, but it's looking very cool, very jazzy. Definitely working on the stream, trying to bring you good quality content. There does seem to be a big interest in just watching poker these days. Seems to be a good consumer thing. Lots of vlogs, lots of internet, Instagram accounts, final table streams, streamed cash games, all sorts of stuff. Does seem to be growing in demand, which is cool. There was always a bit of a hidden and shunned game for a while, but everybody's growing to love it. Yeah, Geo can't call that one with the 10 high, obviously. Got to be very, very tight facing 3-bet jams in an ICM situation. People are just not going to be shoving as wide with like pairs and Broadway combinations as they would in regular play, so you end up being against a much stronger range. Even for those very, very short stacks, you got to be very careful. It's an interesting game, ICM, like putting all the pieces of the puzzle together. Some spots wildly different, almost every spot just wildly different to what you would quote unquote normally do. Alright, it's been 5 hands, give us a cooler, come on. Let's get some flops. Not going to get as many flops at the final table, obviously. Pre-flop going to be a very, very tight game with lots of folding or shoving or 3-bet shoving, so you really you get far few pots from most positions. It's just a lot of like button versus big blind, cut-off versus big blind being one of the people playing the hands the most, but even them they're going to be folding a lot tighter just because everybody's just trying to outlast the short stacks for a while. It's a game of, I mean, we know there's one guy with very, very short stacks, so it's always a game of kind of waiting till they burst and then seeing waiting till they bust, seeing how the stacks lie, resetting, kind of going again. But most of it's just avoiding busting for a lot of these guys, and that's the right way to be playing, as those kind of middling stacks, just very, very tight, aggressive style at final tables. It's just the way you have to play. The big stacks, always interesting to see how people play their big stack at a final table, but we will get to see as this one goes on for sure. $10-8 suited under the gun, 40 bigs, yeah, covered by a few people there, so it makes the discipline lay down. It's tempting, so tempting. Ace-Jack suited now, playing 16 big blinds and hijack. Goes for the min raise. Seems like a good play. Shoving does seem a bit unnecessary. A7 suited, flicking it in with the call on the button. Playing around 25 big blinds. Probably don't want to be VPIPing this one too much because you're just really dominated a lot by the hijacks opens. He's one of the middling to shorter stacks, so he's unlikely to be opening super wide in this spot. He's going to be relatively kind of tight, condensed range to hands that really crush us. Most of the time, shying away from opening some of those worse offsuit ones as well. So coming in for a squeeze out of the small blind. With the ace-9 off, I like this, kind of clicking it back, really putting the hijacks opens right in the bin. It looks like a very, very strong range to be doing this because it's effectively committing himself, or looks like he's committing himself versus this open, using the blocker, blocking the top of the range that's going to 4-bet jam. It's always going to be a bunch of like kings, ace, king, and aces that want to 4-bet jam, so having the ace blocker, very, very cool, nice play. Ace-7 suited, just flicks it in again, playing now 20 bigs behind. SPR getting pretty low, down to less than 2 SPR, so yeah, ace high flop makes it very interesting. We could potentially see an elimination here. Goes in for the very, very small c-bet, which I like as well. Ace-7 suited, clicking it back. Yeah, we're obviously not going to see a fold here. Don't think we'll see a fold at any street. Although, I mean, Ace-9 is absolutely not loving life at all now. It's really hard to think of any value that you're ahead of that wants to play their hand this way. So if it does go shove on the turn, it might actually be a tricky spot. But no, Ace-7 elects to check back, decides probably up against too strong of a range. Probably just going to go check now on the river. Does go check. Ace-9 going to win. Interesting hand, that one. Well played though by Peter. I like that play. Gets the ace-jack suited to fold, which would have obviously been the best hand. But yeah, so hard to continue there when you got ace-jack suited because he's just repping such a strong range. Peter adding to his chip lead there, up to almost 80 bigs, very nice stack for him. Big blind 60k, average somewhere around kind of 25 to 30 bigs, so not too shallow, decent amount of play. Couple of guys getting very, very short, so probably going to see some action, some all-ins at some stage. It's kind of inevitable. Opening the 8-6 off on the button, good as the chip leader. Putting everybody in the coffin really, because those short stacks, none of the middle stacks want to tangle, get involved in a potentially flop a kind of hand they can't get away from that can be dominated, or lose a lot of chips in a big pot playing out of position when they can just fold, and in a couple of orbits some of the short stacks will be forced all in, and it's an easy way to make money. So you know, you're going to see a lot of kind of tight play pre-flop from the middle stacks, depending on how everybody's playing. I mean, you do get a variety of skill levels at these final tables, so it doesn't always go as you might expect. Queen Jack off in the cutoff, that's going to be opened as well. It's getting good enough hands to open with from a lot of positions as well, which obviously definitely helps your cause. When you've got the chip lead, you can play well and you pick up a lot of decent spots. I mean, it's kind of difficult for anybody else to do much. Ace-4 suited PL out of small blind, I think this is pretty reasonable. Don't dominate much, but we have effectively a very strong draw pre-flop, and we know that the cut-offs range is going to be pretty wide already. He's obviously shown himself to be ready to get involved. Everybody saw the ace-9 shown down as well, so definitely worth just kind of flicking it in there, because this hand's going to make enough strong hands. Ace-high boards might not be too much bluffing, because he's going to, I mean, cut-off is going to know that the small blind's range is going to be quite strong, so I don't think he's going to go too wild on every board, but that is not a board the ace-4 can continue on. Peter taking another one up to 5.5 mil, something like that. Great start for him.
Yes, exactly. You got one in the kitchen.
Shame we don't get to hear what they're saying at the table either, but I guess it's difficult to have both things. A little bit of murmur in the background wouldn't go amiss though, I don't think.
We can hear the commentary over here, by the way. We can hear that.
Nines in the cutoff for George. He's definitely going to be opening.
So how much do you have now?
Nothing for anybody to put up any kind of fight with so far.
Thank you.
8-3 off, brutal when you got like 2/3 of your stack in there or half your stack in there, just in blinds and antes. But 8-3 off is real poor, and he does, if he can afford to go through the small blind and wait another orbit, then he might as well, because he can make money potentially if there's just some collision between other players in the next 8 hands or 7 hands. You know, if there's an aces versus kings or whatever, ace king versus queens, or just a blind versus blind spot, you never know, people get involved, so you can potentially make money just by folding. So although it's a rubbish hand, it feels gross, it's just part of making a little bit of extra money in the long run. Ace King. Oh, very nice. Ooh, jacks for Geo. Speak of the devil, see we fold our one big blind, and bang. Cool, that happens. Geo might elect to just flat here, I think. It's quite a big open, facing a 2.5x. We're not loving it. The range is going to be a bit stronger. Don't necessarily want a 3-bet call. 26, 27 bigs. We can see what happens if somebody squeezes behind. You know, if it goes like squeeze behind and jam, then I can obviously fold jacks, and even just facing the squeeze behind, it's going to be, we're going to be not loving it, because the range is going to be pretty tight. So does cool. King 4 suited effectively forced all in, not quite, but chooses to put in his last 2 bigs out of the small blind. Now we're going to see a shove here, and then George is in a real world of pain, but probably just folds. Oh my god, yeah, of course, he had him covered. Didn't even register, I just saw the flop. Oh god, I was thinking it was an open to 60k, but it's big blind 60k. Nice one. Much better for Geo. No pain to be experienced. Yeah, and they go to check it down, and then you can go for a confident value bet now. Just got to fade the 5 or the king. We know one of the kings is dead, but the ace king, so just got to fade the gut shot or the king. And he scoops at a few important big blinds.
No, not the jacket, come on.
One for the good guys, dealer. Boom! 6 of spades on the river. Siegfried, our man, eliminated in 8th place, the Bratislava local. See him in there all the time. He's always playing the events, so he'll be back for more, no doubt. See him in the main event this week. Brings us down to 7 players. So Siegfried taking home €2,450 for that. 8th place. Everybody guaranteed €3,250 now. So a nice little pay jump, €800. 18,900 for first. And a cool watch. They've got a picture of the watch on the site as well. SpadePoker.tv. There's also, they do some kind of discounts, deals, hotel deals, accommodation deals, drinks, wristbands, all sorts of stuff for these events. SpadePoker.tv. If you head over there, you can just register yourself as a Spade Poker TV player, and you can get access to all sorts of cool benefits for these tournaments coming up. So if you're coming down to the main event or play the high roller or whatever, then make sure you do that. Might as well. It's a free roll. There's a last longer for the main event as well. You can enter. I think I'm not sure what the prizes are, but it's free to enter. So, but yeah, cool watch for first in this one as well. So adds a little bit of shine to the event. You know, not many places give away cool stuff. It's mostly just trophies and money. I mean, that's cool, I guess. Obviously, trophies and money is cool, but these nice little touches. Everybody wants to win a watch. Ace jack off under the gun. 8-6 suited, pretty standard defend. Definitely not going to be doing anything else. Ladislav, that's a cool name, isn't it? Ladislav. Lots of very, there's like a small pool of names in Slovakia. That's how I feel every time I'm there. I feel like there's like, you get a choice out of one of 50 names, or less. And that's it. There's five of every name in every tournament. So Ladislav started with 1.6 million. He's on about 1 million now after that hand with the ace-7. Recovers a little bit there in that pot, so still got a reasonable stack. Nobody's super duper short right now. I think our smallest stack is around 12 to 13 bigs. We'll see when we get the chip counts next. Norbert Z3. That's interesting. I've not seen Slovakian Norbert before. (7-5) suited in the small blind for David. He limps. Yeah, so just under 20 bigs, or around 20 bigs now. After winning this pot for Ladislav, so he's made a decent recovery. $250k guaranteed, the main event of this festival. Day 1 starting from tomorrow, and then day 2 Saturday or Sunday. Let me check. And then final day Monday or Sunday. Doesn't say. To the 4th, to the 7th. So 10 days from now, and this is Thursday. I guess that's the series runs to a Thursday, but Anyway, €250 buy and 250k guaranteed is going to be massive, and great atmosphere. Is going to be an absolute buzz. It always is. 1k high roller as well, 30k guaranteed. That will probably smash the guarantee. I expect both tournaments will beat the guarantee to a reasonable degree, but especially that high roller. But Banco always delivers. So if you want to win a watch, get down and play. One of these guys is going to be taking some heat into that tournament for sure. I'm sure whoever wins is going to be staying to play the main event, but it's nothing better than getting into a tournament after you've won a tournament. Just feel like you can't lose. Always fun when you're running good, and when things are going your way, it's an unbeatable thing, poker, but we all know it doesn't always go like that. It's not always final tables every day. Jack 10 off for Peter. Just elects to limp. Geo finds the 9s in the big blind, so I'm going to be isolating this one. I expect to see him go to about 210, something like that, and then tough spot for Peter. Jack 10 off is probably going to complete. We'll see. It depends how big Geo elects to go. Goes to 170, probably a little bit on the smaller side, because we're going to be quite polar here. We're not going to isolate as many hands for kind of almost like thin value as we normally would, but it won't be quite so linear. It'll be a bit more polar, so I think we probably want to go slightly bigger, and especially a hand like 9s, it needs protection against a lot of hands that limp cool. There's going to be a lot of like King Jack, King 10s, Queen 10s, Jack 10s, stuff like that, King X, Queen X. It's just nice to charge those. There goes check on the flop. Peter probably going to be pretty confident, or relatively confident he has the best hand now. I expect George to c-bet all of his aces, kings, ace queen, king queen, stuff like that. So it's going to be a lot of these like 10s, 9s, perhaps ace 7, ace jack, king jack obviously in there sometimes, but we do have the jack ourselves. We've got the gut shot as backup as well, so trying to get some value for some flush draws. George going to have obviously ace king, ace 10 a bunch here as well. Those are the types of hands that check back the flop, so getting value from those straight draws, some flush draws. 5 of spades on the river probably just goes check now. Though Peter does have the 10 of spades, so he should be pretty confident again. He's blocking some of those hands that made a flush, like blocking ace 10, blocking king 10 suited, so should be pretty confident. It might check and try to pick off a bluff against something like ace 10 with the ace of spades. Goes check. Peter takes that one down. Nice. No, very nice start to final table for him, up to almost 6 mil now. Almost 100 big blinds. Live in life. $1.4 million chips added for Peter already. Very, very solid. Ace queen suited under the gun. Obviously going to be opening that one. Got about 23, 24 big blinds. Very strong hand for this kind of stack depth. Nothing for anybody though, but that's okay. You don't mind just winning chips pre-flop at final tables. Money in every pot. Oh, ace do select him to defend. I mean, I'll probably just fold here personally. I think we're just way too crushed too often. We have really bad playability. Going to flop a lot of hands like this, like gut shots and bottom pairs, or even ace X. You end up having to fold because the under the gun range is just way too strong. And yeah, ace deuce just not really having much success post-flop against even mild aggression on almost every single board, so does flop a gut shot here, and yeah, just has to check fold it. Yeah, I'm fine with just folding that one pre-flop. Barnabas, seat 4, wins that one. Definitely played with him for the 4 as well. Seems like a solid player. Everybody seems to be playing pretty solid so far. They had the interesting ace-7 suited play, but other than that, there's been some skills shown from everybody so far, which is cool. I like to watch final tables where it gets a little bit deep and people start to have some mental battles. That's always good entertainment. 5's onto the gun, 11 bigs, 7-handed. Would just fold this one too. Not good enough blockers to get through 6 ranges, and there can just be collisions behind you, so hand not really strong enough to do anything with. Doesn't play well against a big blind defend at that kind of stack depth. So yeah, shoving not an option, opening not an option. King 10 small blind in the muck. Ace 2 suited, on the other hand, we can defend this one. A lot more playability than Ace 2 soft suit. Gonna obviously flops and flush draws, flops and flushes, like you can flop very strong hands, gut shots and flush draws, instead of just bare gut shots with undercards out of position. Does somewhat reluctantly call. Off to the flop. Jack deuce deuce. Ooh. Doesn't get much better than flopping trips when you do happen to have your rogue deuce or your rogue 3 in these kind of spots, because you just have it so infrequently, and it's very hard for anybody to get away from any other kind of hand. Like a jack plus is basically always going broke. So goes for the check again. Sneaky check again with the nut flush draw as well. Just absolutely nothing to protect against. Hoping to just get value from some kind of under pairs that might start to bet now, like the kind of 6s to 10s part of the range. Maybe a check back jack, some ace highs that want to bet, some king queen of diamonds, king 10 of diamonds stuff that's drawing dead. Goes for the min raise. Very sneaky cheeky. I think if you go for the check, you should just go for the check call, really. I mean, this exact size, maybe he definitely continues obviously with a jack plus, and then some of the under pairs are kind of feel like they're forced into continuing, but a lot of those hands are just going to want to bet for value again themselves on the river. Or like you want his kind of flush draws to get there naturally and then go for a big bet on the river, rather than making it a little bit more difficult than yourself. You want to allow him to just have his bluffs that want to take off as well. Like jack deuce deuce, we checked twice. There's really very little for him to have for the big blind to have that's strong value. So you might start to see some bluffs there on later streets. So I think just letting them bet for value, letting them bluff. King 7-0 in the hijack. Wouldn't be totally against. Who's in the big blind? Is it the 1, 2, 3? Oh, yeah, it's a short stack in the big blind, so I wouldn't be super opposed to opening a hand like that. Like, I mean, Geo and this chap here have been quite tight, and they're forced into being quite tight against opens. So King X, Ace X become pretty good opens just because you're going to win pre-flop so often. And you have the chips to allow yourself to go for it. Pocket fours. Playing around 33 big blinds. He elects to just fold, which I absolutely don't hate. Peeling kind of sucks because the big blind is so short that if he jams we're committed, and we really don't want to be putting in like 9 or 10 bigs with pocket fours. So and if he defends, our hand's going to play pretty bad multi-way. I mean, we're not really deep enough to set mine. Shoving seems very risque when the button covers us or has a very big chunk of our stack covered. And we don't have any relevant blockers to top of range. Would seem very punty, so a solid fold there. There on your screen, SSOP high roller. It's 1k buy-in, 900 plus 1, so it's not 1100, it's actual 1k. It will get the runners, it will probably get more. It's always, the high rollers are always juicy. Pretty solid structure. I think it's 1 day, but it can be turned in, sometimes gets turned into a 2 day, and it's a pretty good structure anyway, so definitely worth flicking it in that one. Vladislav folding a6 suited under the gun. Discipline. Wanted to get involved with a7 suited earlier, but something different about this spot. King 10 suited for George with 30 bigs in the hijack. Definitely gets opened. Getting it through so far. No, gets defended. Ace-9 suited in the big blind for David, so pretty solid holding. You're happy to see that one in the big blind. Nice to have something playable. Get to see a flop, feels like we've hardly had any. Ace-7 douche. So David smashes the flop really. Obviously not going to be loving it facing like a bet jam or whatever, but it's unlikely that George goes for it with this exact hand. Potential though. Depends on the turn card. Geo definitely going to be barreling some turns. He might barrel this one anyway. I mean, the problem is like there's not very much deuce X to fold. If the bottom card was like, if it was like ace-7-6, he might barrel more turns because there's a lot more worse pairs that would continue pre-flop that would then call the flop and fold the turn. But there's not as much deuce X or any really, apart from king deuce suited that in the big blinds range, because ace deuce obviously is 2 pair anyway. Deuces is a set, so you really only be targeting a 7, and there is going to be a decent amount of ace-x in the big blinds range as well, so check-in makes some sense. Block on the river for David. Scoop. Well played, well played. Don't hate checking the turn as well with the, I think it was the 7 of spades, not the ace of spades on the flop, so we don't even have the nut flush draw. The big blind can still have ace-x of spades, and yeah, only a little bit of 7x, which we just get to realise equity against because it's got the 2 overs as well as the flush draw and being in position, so solid. King 9 suited for Peter. Easy open this one, being the chip leader. Great spot for him, he's absolutely crushing it. Vladislav defends the jack 10 off in the big blind. Off to a flop. Let's go, dealer. There can be some fun flops here for sure. These two hands interact pretty well. That's kind of one of them. Almost. There's almost one. Check. Bet. I mean, honestly, we probably just fold jack 10. We've got no spade. Board paired. We can be drawing dead already. Gut shots often not great. Like, obviously, with kings can improve. King, queen can improve. When we improve, it can be a spade and we can lose to a flush like this hand. So, good, solid fold there. Almost 6 mil. Either way, absolute chunks. King Queen suited. That one gets opened.
First I have to check.
Bro, you fucked it with his confidence. I knew that you knew the right answer after that. You should have been like, hey man, okay, we'll do 150 euro. Maybe you're right, maybe I'm right. You fucked it. Both of you could have had a couple of
Nothing for anybody. 8-4 suited. Peter might decide to defend this one. No, it does let it go. I like that. Discipline lay down, electing to just play tight against the middle stacks, knows the range is going to be very strong, but it does still contain all those suited broadways and offsuit, stronger offsuit ace-x. Like 8-4 suited can flop a lot of equity. We're kind of deep enough to continue a couple of streets against that guy as well. We have the chip lead, we're going to be able to apply pressure on a lot of boards, so I'd probably go for the defend there, not because my hand's amazing, but just because he's still going to have to play tight post-flop. The opener's still going to have to play tight post-flop because of his position. Chip-wise, against everybody else, there's like a 9 big blind stack. Yeah, 6 big blinds and 9 big blind stacks. So he's not just going to open and then bluff off 3 streets every single hand, or anything like that. And our range, our hand doesn't really interact with boards where he smashes and makes very, very strong hands too much. So we don't get called very often. Jack 5-0 in the bin. Jack 10 off in the bin. Ace Queen not in the bin. Definitely opening that one. David playing around 30 big blinds. Oh, my blinds up 80k now, so down to around 20 big blinds. Taking a chunk out of everybody's stack. Ace 10 off for Peter. This could be an interesting one. Now we're playing 20 big blinds effective. But yeah, George got a little bit more in the big blind. Oh no, similar stack as well, so it could have been a shove there for sure. Could definitely be a shove with a hand like ace 10, like you just blocking the top of the range, you got 30% equity against the range that does call. And he folds, so it has to fold so much. Even ace queen off, like facing the jam, is probably folding, so that's why you take these a bit more in these situations when you're a chip leader. But it does just go for the call. Figures his hand's going to be strong enough to play post-flop against that range, which I think is also fair. I don't think Peter's just going to be super tight. I don't think David's going to be super tight opening, so we do have a bit of equity versus his range. Check, bet, call. It's a very small size, 20% pot. Pretty good card for both. Not very much 9x. There's obviously some 10-9 suiteds in both range, 8-9 suiteds, but I think David can potentially barrel sometimes on a card like this. 9 just gets to rep such a strong range, and he gets a lot of the pocket pairs that the small blind's peeling with to fold, and you get to clear up your equity against some hands like Jack 10 that had like a backdoor flush draw on the flop and peeled, stuff like that. Just clean up your equity a little bit. Don't very often get continued by anything that beats you. You get continued by hands that like turned a flush draw and have overcards that you're ahead of more often than you get continued by like an underpair, I think, or a weak pair like 5s or something. I think they just fold the turn, so. But wins anyway, gets the showdown, which is obviously cool too. Nothing. Jack 9 suited for Peter on the button. Pretty solid one to open. 25 big blinds in the big blind. Geo on about 18 big blinds in the small blind. Gets it through, which seems reasonable against those two hands. So things definitely going Peter's way at the moment. Payouts on the screen there, so everybody got locked up 3,200 at the moment, 3,250. Almost 19k up top. Very nice. €150 buy-ins. Real solid turnout for this tournament. Banco always deliver. King 5 suited in the small blind. Probably just going to call this one, although I wouldn't be opposed to a raise. Against who I would deem to be potentially one of the tighter players, we've got good playability against hands that that continue in position. We can have, like, having offsuit hands is a bit worse because it's harder to continue on flops because you're not going to have as many backdoor flush draws to go with your kind of bottom pairs and stuff like that. But no, not that problem when you've got a suited hand. And you also got a good blocker to hands that 3-bet. And even just hands that want to continue. Like, just getting him to fold a load of garbage is fine. Completely fine. Goes to the shove for the ace-8 suited, gets it through. Nice. I mean, obviously gets it through. What are you waiting for, buddy? You got King 5, come on. Yes, okay. Not this again. When you've got nothing, you fold. If somebody's all in and you got nothing, just fold. No reason to take everybody's time. King and a 5. Ace King suited for Ladislav, and he's got 9 bigs, so he's just going to be shoving this one, I think. Absolutely no reason to min raise off this kind of stat depth. You want protection from your hand. For your hand, I should say. And it's up to the big blind, Queen 4, no. So we're going to get that one through. Always nice just to win a couple of big blinds. When you're a short stack, that's what it's all about really. Just big blind here, big blind there, trying to stay alive. Trying to outlast the guys around you. Just a game of laddering for everybody towards the bottom of the chip counts. 250k guaranteed this week. Oh, 30th anniversary, didn't know that. Oh, that's not this week, they're advertising something else, that's the Masters. Another 250k guaranteed Masters, they just don't stop. But this week is also 250k guaranteed. SSOP main event, €250 buy-in. 3-dayer. High roller coming up as well, towards the end of the week. 6-3 for Gio and the hijack in the bin. King 5 off in the bin. What stacks have we got on our left? We got the short stack and short stack. Short stack and relatively short stack. David's got a few more chips. He's doing okay. But very, very short in the small blind. 4 big blinds, queen 7. I think this probably goes in. You still got some fold equity. Queen high is going to be the best hand a lot of the time, or enough of the time. Jack 5 probably is actually just a fold. It's definitely not any 2, because it's like when it's a shallow average stack, then if the average stack is 20 big blinds, then every 4 big blinds is massive. It's 20% of the average stack, so you can't just go around calling it all off with any 2. So those the real bad ones that are never the best hand and don't really have any solid equity, like Jack 8, sure, whatever, we can make better hands. We can make good hands, but Jack 5 just has so little connectivity, it's a pair or nothing. In real bad shape now. Queen 7 picking up a pair on the flop, so just a jack. Otherwise we will stay with 7. King on a turn, no good. Trips on the river. Yes, done. So we're up to probably almost 10 big blinds now. Absolutely chunks. Marton Lugosi. Sounds like an Italian name, but it's actually Hungarian. He started the final table with 660k, so not very much movement, but that's definitely a good thing because the player's busted. He has made some chips, but he's also made some money. Ten forward off for Peter under the gun into the muck. Yep, King 4 suited, not going to be good enough. Not been very many like big strong hands so far. Been the odd ace king, but there's been a lot of real junky junk. Going to walk with the 8-3. 9-7 off, folding small blind. Against somebody who I don't think is going to shove too much, I would probably limp, or like he's not going to just even isolate too much. So definitely the shorter stacks as well, because they're kind of like, it's very hard to play 11 big blinds or something facing a small blind limp, because isoing seems kind of difficult to get right. People are not incorporating really any bluffs into there. You don't just want to shove weak hands, so you end up just kind of being forced into checking a lot. So I think 9-7 off probably just complete there. King Queen suited in the small blind. We're playing like 12 bigs, so I think we just want to shove for sure. Want protection. You don't want to just go to flops out of position against like 100% range or 95% range when the SPR is pretty low and you don't have very many big blinds. You just want to be winning money pre-flop, be winning chips pre-flop. And an ISO from the 6 deuce off. I assume Vladislav's planning on getting it in here, going for the jam. Going for the limp, cool. Very interesting play, very interesting play. I mean, so far it's working out pretty well. He's got a pretty reasonably big equity advantage here. 6 deuce off just real junky junk. He was definitely hoping for that one to win pre and probably expecting it to win pre more often than it might. In theory, pretty good range for Peter's range, so pretty good flop for Peter's range, so he's probably just going to go for a small bet here, and depending on how small he goes, 200k, yeah, I think that's probably enough to get Ladislav to fold, honestly. I mean, no backdoor flush draw, you're just basically peeling with a bare gut shot, hitting a pair might not be good, so definitely could get this one through here. Ladislav could have saved himself this trouble here by just shoving pre-flop. Does get it through. But booyah! Peter just keeping his foot on the gas this entire final table so far. Cruising. Absolutely cruising. What we got, guys? Who's got aces? Come on, let's see a pair of A's. Been a few nines around, a few nines knocking around. 9-9 here and there. Going for the open. So far, so good. George folds 10-8 in the big blind. Good fold off that stack depth. Don't want to be getting involved with these kind of middling, off-suited, semi-connected type hands, because you end up just flopping a gut shot or second pair far too often, and it's far too difficult to navigate when you've got shorter stacks than you. Your aim is outlasting them as far as ICM goes. Ace 10 off under the gun. I would go for the open there. We're deep enough. There's a lot of short stacks. Everybody's been playing very tight, face up. There's not been any 3-betting, or the only 3-bet jams have been with very, very strong hands. So yeah, I would go for the open there. We've got a decent blocker. It's only 7-handed, like 9-handed, 8-handed. Yeah, okay, but I think we've got to open that. Anyway, same hand for Peter on the button. Gio going for the rejam with the Jack 9 suited, probably not to jam, I'm not 100% sure. Does get called by Peter. Yeah, I guess Peter's kind of forced into calling off of his stack depth. There are just enough hands that he crushes, but you're absolutely not loving it. I don't know if I would have snap called. And I might not have even called it, to be honest, with ace 10 off. I think it might. Both of these hands might have been a fold. But Gio just smashes the flops trips. Peter is as good as drawing dead, apart from running aces or some king-queen action. Boom. Deuce on the turn, drawing dead. Massive double up for Gio. So George up to 2.6 mil. He started the final table with about 1.1 mil. So very, very strong start. After getting a little bit lucky there. I mean, obviously he's not crushed by any means. Jack 9 suited, ace 10 off is still like a 40% equity share, so he's not dead by any means. But you need a bit of luck to get to the end of tournaments. Yeah, with 2 stacks shorter than us as well, no relevant blocker. You need like an ace for your wide rejams, really. You jam more of the suited ace X or suited king X than the jack. Than the like your blockers and fold equity are more important than hand equity in that situation. We'll see. Gonna ask my friends about that one. See what they say. Back to the 7-4, 6 deuce, 5 threes. Queen jack off in the small blind. Oh yeah, it's been opened. Peter opening the 7-4 off. Getting aggro. He's angry now. He's angry. He's lost that part. The Hulk is here. Getting it through. I think he just potentially thinks big blind's been definitely on the tighter side, so he should potentially be exploiting that fact. Obviously he's still the chip leader despite losing that pot to George. Still a decent chip leader, so keeping his foot on the gas still, same as before. Ladislav finds the 5s, finding hands just before the blinds. That's always nice when you're getting very, very short. Even a pair like this is looking like the nuts. Ooh, back kings for Norbert. He's been a bit tight, been quiet this final table, but picks up a hand now, playing 20 bigs himself. So we are in. Two outs for Ladislav, so unless he can find a 5 on the flop, turn or river, we'll be down to 6.
Kings is the danger hand. He's loving it.
There it is. You just can't escape it. Real rough when this kind of thing happens, you know, you're almost there, you're so close, you got the best hand, you're absolutely flying, you can pick up a nice stack, nice pot, get deep into the tournament, have a good chance of getting 20k, getting that first place money, but bang, 2 outs. That's all you need, 2 outs, chip on the chair, 1 card. Brutal. So Norbert going to be crippled now, through no fault of his own. Down to just a kind of few big blinds, I think. Well, it's about 800k, so yeah, down to about 10 big blinds. Ladislav now doubling up to about 17, 18 big blinds, maybe even more, 20 big blinds. So he's going to have a few more chips for this first time in this final table. Tough one. But that's the game. So 7 remain still. The short stack shifts to a different seat, but other than that, things remain the same. Unlucky there, Norbert. Rough old game sometimes, really is. Can be brutal, can be tough. It's not all getting it in and winning every single time. You do lose, you are going to lose a decent amount. Still no hands for anybody. We've got some action. I don't know what 940, okay, so David's still going to have a reasonable stack if he loses this one, but he's obviously in very, very good shape, and that's a great flop. Gives us a little bit of a sweat, which we love. None of this dry nonsense. Okay, queen on the turn takes away some of the outs for Martin here, so he's drawing just to an ace now. You can also hit a king for a counterfeit. Jack's got 85% equity here. He's going to want to hold. Ooh, 2 in a row, dealer. 2 in a row. David showing his frustration there, and it's fair, you know. These things they're tough. It sucks. Sucks, man. It sucks to lose that pot. 7 people left in the tournament. You've played for days to get here. It sucks. That's fair. Unlucky. Martin just living the dream, though. Pings the ace on the river. Yes. Give me the double fist pump. Doubling up to 20-ish bigs. A lot of love for Gio's mustache in the chat, which is cool. I mean, it's a great mustache. It's very, very Tom Selleck. It's about as Tom Selleck as it gets. Did you pay me? Did you pay me right?
600, and I got 6. This is what you did. I was 600, and you got 6, 100 more.
There's some dispute. There's a pay dispute.
Yeah, this is what you give me. I put it here because I show.
Martin obviously feels like something is missing from the pot.
100 more.
Perhaps realising he's been underpaid or something, perhaps. But now he seems to be stacking him. Seems to be a bit happier. Maybe satisfied with the answer. Dealer's like, no, I'm right. Deal with it. Dealers are often like that, and they often are right, but they're sometimes wrong. People get things wrong, especially at WSOP. But this isn't the WSOP. The dealers are probably much, much, much better here. Looks like he's found a smoking gun here, and he's like, no, I'm right, you owe me money. We can go back and check though. It's the beauty of a stream. I didn't see how much the all-in was for, so have no comment. I'm normally... well, when I'm playing, I always like to pay attention to this kind of thing. Chips chips past hand, size of pots, blinds and antes, and how much people are in for and stuff, you do catch a lot of like mistakes slipping under the radar. Definitely happens. Perhaps they've paused the tournament to go and check this out. Chip counts for you there, so Norbert's our bottom man now, 10 big blinds after losing that unfortunate hand kings against fives. David also down there after losing jacks against ace 10, so both of them at the hands of a bit of a bad beat. Now kicking around the bottom of the chip counts. Peter with the big stack there, 60 bigs, 61 bigs. 40k, 80k now. George in second place. Keeping his distance a little bit from the rest of the pack. He's got a little bit of cushion. So he's going to want to stay there really as much as possible. I expect he'll be pretty tight now, unless Peter's kind of folded the hand and left Geo now to open. Then he can be aggressive because he effectively obviously becomes the chip leader. But Peter has shown himself to be pretty aggressive, so I don't think that's going to get through very often. Norbert going to be looking for a hand here. He's going to want to get it in soon. Higher jack button. The blinds are coming around in the 7 of 7 position. You're definitely trying to get a steal through. You want to keep yourself just above those short stacks if you can. It's, like I said before, a bit of a waiting game. David finding ace queen off in the small blind. Shoves for 12 bigs. But nothing in the big blind for Ladislav, so David taking that one down. Adds a few big blinds to his stack. So this is the warm-up event, or the opening event for the SSOP, Slovak Series of Poker, at Banco Casino, Bratislava. This was 100k guaranteed, 150 euro buy-in, great tournament. 19k up top, 18,900, so real great turnout, and 2 more great tournaments this week, or a few more. There was a PLO soon as well, 20k guaranteed, but there's also the main event, 250 euro, 250k guaranteed, and then a high roller later in the week. And if you go on the SSOP, if you go on the spadepoker.tv website, you can sign up there and get access to a few benefits, hotel discounts, that kind of thing. So if you do want to come down, come check it out. Back to the action here. Geo finding the ace king. Sevens for Martin now, playing 16 big blinds. Cut off versus under the gun, real tough spot, 7-handed. Sevens feeling not quite strong enough to jam. I mean, Geo's opening range, he's opening into the chip leader's big blind, but I don't think that's going to deter him too much. I think his range is going to be relatively wide here. Sevens has good unblockers to a bunch of raise folds, but does suck to get called. I think we might elect to see a call here potentially, which I don't know, even a fold in the cut off. You've still got 3 players behind. George's range is going to be pretty strong. Yeah, nice fold. Just too shallow to really VPip there, and the hand's not strong enough to jam. Peter finds the queen jack off in the big blind. This one's definitely going to be a defend. 873 Rainbow. It's a few pairs in Peter's range here, but he's largely going to have kind of draws, and he's going to connect with this board a decent amount. Obviously, like Jack 10, 10 9, Jack 9, 6 5, 5 4 suited. Those have all got draws of some kind. A lot of them have got overcards. Geo, not wanting to inflate the pot too much, just decides to check. Peter picking up a gut shot on the turn, and the board really favouring his range. George going to have a lot of ace highs in that check back range as well, so very perceptive bet there from Peter. Boom. Also, hotel deals to be had through Banco themselves. If you play 6 hours of cash a day, you get a free hotel room in a decent hotel for the night as well. Very nice hotels they've got. Marriott and I can't remember. Intercontinental, Crown Plaza, and really nice. Both really nice hotels. Close to the casino, close to the action. I mean, the casino's underneath the Crown Plaza, so. Yeah, cool. Definitely come check it out. Come check out Banco. You'll love it. We've got here about 14 big blinds. Shoving the cut off for David. Ace 3 suited. I think this is a bit wide. We've got a few too many big blinds. Like, this hand can just raise fold. It's got good properties for raising, for stealing. It's gonna have a decent success. It's hard for people to play back at you off this stack depth. You get to fold. You get to avoid collisions behind. You get to raise fold instead of getting called by good hands and being eliminated. And you know, off 10 big blinds we could shove, but we've got a few too many big blinds here, I think. Geo with the Queen Jack suited. It's just going to be a fold. Looks pretty, but not good enough at all facing that all-in range. Geo having a hard time with this one.
Yeah, I know that's for sure.
Just dominated too often. This range is full of like ace highs and then king queen, king jack, king 10 suited, queen jack suited, king queen suited, ace queen, ace kings, pocket queens, pocket jacks, pocket 10s, pocket 9s, just a bunch of stuff that we're like not in amazing shape against. Like, we have okay equity against some of the range, but then we're crushed a bunch. We don't really crush anything. There's not much like queen 10, jack 10 suited. It's much more high card heavy. So we don't crush anything. We're just hoping for a flip, basically. Looks like he's going to find the fold. Does get the fold. David chipping up a little bit there. Chip counts. David. Peter's still the chip leader. Everyone's pretty bunched together. Only 18 bigs between 7th and 2nd, so very, very close. We'll see lots of small movements for sure. Haven't been too many massive collisions so far though. Queen 10 off, under the gun +1 for Martin. 7-handed under gun +1. I think we're just going to want to fold this one. Has okay properties to steal, but you can end up getting peeled by hands that you're crushed by, and doesn't face up well to free bets. Not amazing playability. especially if somebody elects to peel in position, but they haven't. Gets it through so far. King Jack off with a big blind. Norbert going to be defending this one. Trying to find a good flop to go with it, I imagine. Shoving seems a little bit unnecessary. We don't really have any fold equity, and the range that's opening should be pretty strong. So we don't really have any fold equity, and we don't necessarily always have the best hand. So I think peeling is the play here. Ooh, fold. That is tight. Just a really, really good price there, and there's no way that he doesn't have like pocket 10s, pocket 9s, pocket 8s, ace 10, ace queen, queen 10 suited, you know, even some stuff we dominate, jack 10 suited, king jack suited, we're chopping with, king 10 suited, we're crushing, queen jack suited, we're crushing. Like, all those hands are in there, and we're so shallow, we're getting such a great price. I think you can't really fold a hand as good as king jack there. No way. No way. King queen off for Ladislav now in the hijack. He's got chipped up a bit. Did he just fold? Just open folds. The king queen off in the hijack. Very tight indeed. Seems like an incredibly standard open. George finding ace 10 off on the button. Very short stack in the small blind. The ace 8 off facing the jam. George is definitely going to be calling here, and he's going to have him crushed, although there's a 10 being folded in the big blind, so a little bit of George's equity gone, but he doesn't need a 10, he just needs not an 8. Not an 8, and we're down to 6. The duck on the stack for luck. Now it's an absolute lock. There's no chance. Ooh, picks up a gut shot. 6 for a straight. Gio's got the backdoor spades, so 6 of spades would be like somewhat interesting, but a bit unfair. Still the same gut shot. Just got to fade the 6 or the 8. Just gotta fade the 6 or the 8. Whoa! Queen on the river. That'll do it. Norbert finishing in 7th place. 3,450 euros. Sorry, 3,250 euros. Everybody now locked up 4,050 euros. So not bad. 150 euro buy-in. It's pretty good. Pretty good. Gio adding some chips to his stat there, which is cool. He's a pretty solid second now. There's your chip count. So Gio's pulled out a nice clear second place, 3 million over 1.9 million. Off third, and we're down to 6. Starting to get exciting. Peter mystery hand at the moment. Opening the hijack. Go for the min raise. 5-4 off in the big blind for Martin. Yeah, he's just going to fold that one. Those hands, this stat depth, absolutely no good. Peter adding to his already decent chip lead. Kept his foot on the gas the entire way through this final table so far. Playing very well.
Less pressure. That's the reason. Big stack requires big responsibility. Easier just to shove it in and hope.
King deuce off under the gun for Ladislav. Going to just be a fold.
Take 200k each and you can go and get some nice lunches.
Peter 6-3 off. Nope, not that one. Wide, but we're not that wide. 5 deuce off on the button. Going to be a fold. Queen jack off for Martin in the small blind, and he's playing about 13 big blinds effective with the big blind, I think. So I would like to see a shove here personally. Yeah, playing like for 13.5 big blinds. I think queen jack pretty easy shove. You even get potentially some weaker ace highs to fold, like ace deuce, so it's not necessarily going to want to call it off. And you definitely get some king highs to fold, so... Check, flop, David's flopped a flush draw, and Martin's got 2 overs, backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw, but just lets it go. Facing 2 big blind bet seems reasonable. Versus a smaller bet, he might have elected to continue, but against that bigger size, it seems pretty good. So David takes that one down. Who's going to win? Who do you think is going to win? So far, Peter is definitely looking like he's in the right form to win a tournament, but he's going to have some competition, that's for sure. Gio knows his way around the block. We'll all rip him to shreds if he makes mistakes, so no, I'm joking, we won't really. We'll offer him very constructive feedback, because that's what good friends do. He does pick up the A7 suited here. Going for the open. Martin with the 10s. Just going to be an all-in here, playing less than 20 big blinds. No two ways about it, really. You definitely don't want to be calling a hand as vulnerable as 10s, letting all the hands that have a jack plus in the hand realise equity, letting the big blind potentially come in to play multi-way. At this stat depth, it's just an absolute disaster, so you want maximum protection and potentially obviously get called by 9s and ace-king and stuff, so we're not dead when we get called. Does eventually find the shove, and yeah, Gio going to let that one go, and now we're on a break, so we'll be back in about 15 or 20 minutes. Come back to find out who's going to win this tournament and 19,000 euros.
pesos. Get on my way, ho. The government don't care about you. They see through your TV screen, they looking at you. They go to your residence and they subdue you. When you're alone in your room, they listen to you. I know you can feel them crawling in your ear while you're in the bed, sleeping. They appear, staring at the stars, asking who's there. Wanna see an alien? Look in the mirror. made Pedro, but I want the pesos. Get on my way, ho. The government don't care about you. They see through your TV screen, they looking at you. They go to your residence and they subdue you. When you're alone in your room, they listen to you. I know you can feel them crawling in your ear while you're in the bed, sleeping. They appear, staring at the stars, asking who's there. Wanna see an alien? Look in the mirror.
We're back. 6 guys left. Short stacks there, a couple of them, 12 big blinds each. Blinds up now to 100k big blind. Peter still chip leading there with 53 bigs, 5.3 million. Geos hanging on in there in second. Pretty interesting distribution. Peter expects to see Peter being very, very aggressive. Overall pre-flop going to be opening every single opportunity he gets for sure, and that would be definitely the right way to play that kind of stack at this stage. Geo giving his stack a bit of a piece up there, seeing what we're working with. Payouts for you there, so almost 19k for first, decent little payday for 150 euros. Everybody guaranteed 4,050 at the moment. Pretty top heavy. Some kind of commotion again. Not sure what's going on behind the banners. Looks like they're dealing. There we go. No real interesting hands again so far. Oh, hello, David finds aces. Just like that. Back from the break. Got 13 bigs. How can things improve? Come on. Something needs to happen. Boom. Aces on the back and that'll do it. That will do it. Let's see what Ladislav's planning there. He's got King Queen off. We saw him fold King Queen off unopened in the hijack earlier. Which, it's strange to like fold that position, fold that spot and then call here with the same hand. It's really, really weird. Because you're playing against an uncapped range with a hand that's relatively strong but not that strong, all things considered, at low stat depth, and before you were just opening into a bunch of super wide ranges that had all of the folds still in them. So very, very weird to like want to be the passive player in the hand. Flops the gut shot, top set for David. He's going to be loving life. And Ladislav just continuing now with the gut shot. No flush draw or anything, no king of hearts. Just a bare gut shot. David going for the shove. Probably thinks he wants to protect against some flush draws, some gut shots, some hands like Queen Jack, Jack 10 of hearts. Not really getting value from anything worse. That's the only problem. Like, you're blocking so much of the stuff that calls. Obviously, he's not just really going to call it off with a jack unless it's a jack and a flush draw. Even then, might start folding. Gets it through though, obviously. Chipping up a little bit. It's going to separate himself from the bottom slightly there. He was hanging around joint last, but there are a few chips in that pot. Ace Queen off in the hijack for Martin. He's definitely going to be in 18 big blinds, so it's just going to come in for an open. 10-5 off for Gio in the big blind. Into the muck. Martin taking that one down. So he was very, very short for a while, clinging on in there. I think he came into the final table really short as well. So he's done well to secure a bit of a stack now. 20 big blinds. It's not chunks, but it's a good stack to have 6 left in a tournament. That's for sure. So nice job. Jack 8 off under the gun though. Not quite as good. 3s in the cut off for Ladislav. 9 big blinds. Probably not loving it, but shoving that one. We're just so shallow that we can't really afford to fold any small edge at that stack depth. Also shoving into a relatively short big blind who's not going to call it off all that wide, so been on a tighter side. Main event coming up this week. This was just an opening event for the Slovak Series. There is a main event this week, €250, 250k guaranteed, and a high roller. I'm sure a lot of you have had that like 7 times already, but just in case anybody new is joining the stream, I'm not really paying any attention to that. But there are more tournaments, and they're going to be good. They're going to be juicy.
I'm feeling.
Graphics taking a while to catch up here, but I think Gio just opened jammed the 10s there. And got it through. Pretty sure I saw him say all in, but they were showing Peter shoving the cut off, which I doubt was right with 9-6 off, or the hijack. Jack 8 off for Peter. He might decide to open this one. Seems like that's in his range. (10-9) off. No. King 7 off in the big blind for David, folding, so another one goes Peter's way. As expected, he's going finding those wide open spots. He's obviously done a decent amount of studying, which is a little bit sad to see in a €150 tournament, to be honest, but that's the world we live in poker these days. People be out there trying to get good, trying to make money. Times have changed. King, Queen for Peter, so he's going to pick up a decent hand here and there as well. 3s in the cutoff for Barnaby, he's going to just fold that one. Good, solid fold. Martin eventually elects to fold the ace-7 off, which I think is good. I don't think that's one we really want to be using as bluff, although I don't think it would be horrible, like chip leader opening, any ace block is good, but you want a little bit of playability with your hand at least, like the ace-7 off, ace-6 off there. Well, as bad as it gets, obviously. Something a little bit more playable. Ace-10 off, ace-5 off even. Not that I don't think I would take either of those hands, to be honest, but if I was going to consider it, but I just don't think there's any need for it. When 3 stacks shorter than you. King Jack off for Geo under the gun. Nice one to open. 6-handed, so just the low jack. Chip leader in the big blind, so we might see a pot played. Depending on what we got. No. Oh no, that's not a big blind. We got ace-3 off. Interesting one. See what Peter does. I would, yeah, go either way really. I mean, it's just not a great spot. Great board for Geo's range. Obviously, Peter's going to have more 5x than Geo is by a considerable margin. But overall, the king high is going to be good for Geo. Just so much of Peter's range is forced into folding. He's probably going to bluff a decent amount. He's probably going to throw some check raises in there. He seems like a guy that's going to understand that he has a lot more 5x than Geo does, and Geo's going to be c-betting his whole range on that kind of board. So, but ace-3 off, not the right hand for it. King 6 off for Barbie. No good. He's not had a bunch to play with so far, so it's just been a folding game for him. David Jack 9 suited in the cut off, 16 big blinds. Comes in for the 2.5x. Seems reasonable. Ace 10 suited in the small blind for Peter. And he is around 30 big blinds effective with George, so George's calling range is going to be super tight facing a jam. It does cover the opener pretty significantly, and we do have a strong hand. Good blockers. David has shown to be relatively wide with his opens pre-flop. Good, not being super tight. So yeah, Peter does elect to go for the 3-bet. He wants to 3-bet and then fold to Geo, which I think is fine. I was thinking about shoving as well. I think either were a fine option, to be honest. It's just there's slightly more risk in shoving, but you also get more folds potentially from the open. It probably doesn't make that much difference though. I don't think he's going to just peel in position an awful lot there. There's only going to be very few hands that would feel tempted. King Queen off and the hijack for David now, 13 bigs, he elects to go for the shove. Again, I think just a min raise would be fine with this hand. The hands that call you are going to have you crushed a lot, a flip occasionally obviously, but mostly it's going to be like ace king, ace queen, aces, kings, queens, and then just like jacks and tens. And you can potentially get away from if you open and then it goes shove, call, or 3-bet all in or whatever, then you can potentially get away from it. Which is good, because you never have the best hand, and your min raise is going to look just as strong. Like I said earlier, I don't think people are looking for 3-bet bluffs against super short stacks, although we did see Peter go for the click with ace 9 off earlier, about 16 or 17 big blinds effective. Sevens for Ladislav, slides it in, 6.5 bigs. Nothing. What have we got in the big blind? Martin. Nothing. Gets that one through. Up to 9 big blinds. Still hanging on in there. Ace 4 off out of the gun, Jack 5. Surprised Peter doesn't open the Jack 5 suited in hijack. Ooh, Jacks for Barnaby. Just after I said he hasn't had much to play with, finds a nice hand. 14 big blinds on the back, and I think his hand is good enough to induce. He wants to let some hands like Ace X rejam and worse pairs rejam. Like if he opens the small blind, is going to jam a lot of hands like 5s, 6s and stuff like that, which might just fold to a jam. Pocket 4s. Get some continues from hands like this. 10-9 suited in the big blind. Oh, this is the small blind. I think Martin might still peel here. Shove's like maybe an option that goes through people's heads, but I don't think our hand has very good properties for shoving, although it looks appealing. He just elects to fold, which is definitely solid. I wouldn't mind peeling against somebody I perceive to be pretty passive, because you're not going to get put in as many tough spots post-flop and just fold against somebody you think is quite aggressive or is going to put you in tricky spots post-flop. No good. Queen 7-0. Ace 3 suited on the button for Martin. 15 big blinds. 13 big blinds in the small blind. And about 11 in the big blind. Or 9 in the big blind. So I think he's just going to go for the shove here. Going for the 2.7x large open as opposed to the shove. I just don't think we ever want to go for a big open with like aces or kings or anything like that, or even anything even remotely strong. So I don't really that's why I don't really often use this kind of size pre-flop in this situation, because it seems to leave a big hole in your range to me. Obviously you're still going to be protected on a lot of boards because you have ace X and king X, but you do remove like a decent chunk from the top of your range, so it opens the door to being shoved on. People are more incentivized to shove as well because there's more chips in the pot. Flop goes check check, seems good. Turn check bet call. Seems good. Go for a check. Go for value. Obviously we made 2 pair on the river. Going to be very, very queen hex heavy, David's range in this line. Not much. Ace X peels pre-flop, not much. Wants to check twice and then call. A lot of king, queen, queen, jack, queen 10 suited in there. Queen 10 off. Don't know about the queen 10 off. Peel. Probably just folding. This is the size up. David pays it off on the river. So he's taking a bit of a hit there, that hand. Seems a bit frustrated still, and he lost the loss with the jacks against the ace-10 against Martin as well, so maybe a little bit of spite calling, perhaps. Maybe not. Maybe it's just coincidence, but... Ace-10 off for Gio under the gun, playing 30 bigs now. Ace-10 in the next seat as well for Barnaby, but I think he's just going to fold this one. Not strong enough to do anything with from that position. Three's in the big blind. Nice spot to defend. Ace-10 jack. Smashed it for Gio. Expect to just go for a small size here. There's no real reason to size up a board like this. Gets it through. Nicely done. So yeah, real short now for Ladislav and David, 7 and 6 big blinds. They're both going to be looking for a spot sometime soon. King 8 suited in the small blind for Peter. Just selects for the call. I think that's solid. No reason to inflate the pot against, kind of isolate yourself against a decent player out of position when you can just play small ball with a hand that makes a good limp call pre-flop. You're going to interact with boards that George is interested in bluffing in quite a lot. You can flop good equity, continue a lot of flops. Solid. Gio picking up top pair against the flush draw. Peter stabbing the flop. I think it's okay, but I think we can just probably check the flop. King high is going to be good a lot of the time in this line, facing the check back pre-flop. We can get George to bet with worse hands and potentially win at showdown later or improve, obviously. And we only really get continued by hands that are better than us and the odd worst draw. Barreling on the ace. Again, like, there's not very much, actually, when you break it down, there's not very much ace high in this range for Peter. He's going to want to raise a lot of it pre-flop, and he's also going to want to check a lot of it on the flop. So, not too much for Gio to be worried about there. Makes the right call, and we get to showdown. Chipping up nicely. Looks like about 3.7, 3.8 mil. 38 bigs odd. King 10 off under the gun for Martin. 6-handed. He's gone for a couple of steals. I could see him going for this one. Ace 3 off on the button for Peter, into the mark. Queen 7 off for Barnaby in the big blind. Just going to be a fold. Not deep enough. Not strong enough. Too many short stacks. Interesting glowing red panels at the end of the table. I wonder what the inspiration behind them is. Yeah, we should just put some red LED panels there. Why not? Don't hate it. There's a lot going on though. Colour wise, with the beams in the background as well. Sixes for David, 7.5 big blinds, he's all in. Tens for Peter. He's just going to call. Not really any reason to raise like 35 to 40 big blinds effective against Geo when Geo's not going to be incentivized to get involved at all. Nobody else behind is deep enough to have to worry about folding to, so probably just call and then fold if Geo shoves. Call everybody else. Three bet to 930. I don't think that's what's happened. Probably just call. Can't 3 bet to 930. Showdown. Bow, bow. Queen 2, lots of queen jack folded. Not really relevant. But it did happen. David needs to find a 2 outer. Otherwise, we'll be down to 5, and Peter will extend his chip lead. Steampunk sunglasses, those are nice. Do like them. 10 high flop, that's not great. Gonna need to find a 4 or a deuce or a 7 or something for a bit of a sweat. Otherwise, it's GG. That's it. That's all she wrote. GG David, 6th place, 4,050 euros. Down to 5. Who is gonna do it? Heads up, Peter and Geo. Geo makes the comeback. No bias. I'm a bit biased, he's my friend. But Peter's played well. Ladislav on the chopping block now, 6.5 big blinds. The other two got a little bit of distance. 13 big blinds for Barnaby, so he's okay. Chilling away from Ladislav at the moment. He's definitely going to be trying to outlast. Peter opening the 7-8 off, going for it. Respect. Ladislav just decides to shove his 6.5 bigs versus the open with Queen 9 off. Peter folds the extra 4.5 bigs. It looks like he maybe didn't realise how short it was, but he's probably folding anyway, even if he did know. So last stream somebody raised folded ace 10 off on the button for like a min raise all in. He opens 2 bigs, shoved for 4 bigs, and he folded ace 10 off. That was wild. Couldn't believe it. But this is obviously completely different. More chips, different positions, worse hand. Barnaby looks like he's all in. Probably got something pretty good. It's a bit ace kingy. Maybe we'll never know. I'm going to say ace queen off, seeing as there's a king in the big blind. Looks happy about it, whatever it was. Maybe a pair then. Maybe it was a pair of queens. Would he shove 13 bigs with a pair of queens? Maybe. He might be that kind of guy. Nothing under the gun though. Martin, what you got? Dunno. No graphics. Ba-ba. Martin's got the ace queen this hand. It's good, it's a good hand. He's opened it. Jack 10, sweet hit for Gio in the big blind. Lovely spot to just defend. Shoving not the end of the... Oh, I was about to say, shoving would not be the end of the world either, because you cover him, he's one of the next middle stacks, and there's a couple of stacks, well there's one stack in particular much shorter than him, so even his hands as good as ace queen are right in the bin versus a shove. So nice play. Really only getting called by ace king, and then in that case it's not that bad because you have good equity against ace king. He's probably not calling, he's like definitely not calling ace jack or ace 10. So you're in okay shape. Obviously the pairs have you crushed, but you got pretty good equity, or as good as equity as possible to get there against those types of hands. So get better hands to fold. Nice play, nice play. Steals those blinds right into his stack. Puts a bit more gap between him and third as well. Vladislav, mystery hand. Going for an open off 8 big blinds. 2.2x no less. Nope. Gets it through. We'll never know. Couple of hands. I would have liked to know what they were. The open shove, the open off 8 bigs. But it will remain a mystery. Five players remaining. Everybody has locked up. Not sure. 5,650. That's my guess. Another mystery hand. His card reader's not working properly. Attention. Attention. Martin's got pocket 8s in the big blind. I think he's just... God, really gross. Yeah, I think he probably calls... Hating it. Really don't know. Might be a fold, honestly. 5-handed, though. I don't think so. Yeah, nice. I think it's the right play. We don't know what Ladislav has yet, but he didn't look delighted about throwing his hand over. Looked like maybe an ace-jack. Yeah, he's sweating it like it's a flip. Okay, king-queen. So, flip for it. Could be down to 4. Could not be down to 4. Really is a mystery. Until... now. 10-7-6, all clubbies. Very sweaty little flop indeed. Nice one, dealer. Look at that, it's still pretty much a flip. King, queen or club, good, except the 9 of clubs for Ladislav. It's a brick. What we got? What we got? Oh, the suspense is killing me. Hit me. 5 ball. The 8s hold. GG, sir. Vladislav, 5th place finisher. He gets an amount of money presently unknown. He gets 5,100 euros. Everybody now locked up 6,250 euros. Getting decent. Getting very decent indeed. 42 buy-ins, lovely. Just 4 remaining. Chip counts there. Low man now 13 bigs Barnaby. So not super short. Definitely still in with a chance. 4-handed, things move pretty quickly. He could easily double up. And yeah, if he were to double up off Peter, for example, the things would get very, very close. Very, very close. So Gio made the most progress on this final table so far. Added 2.9 million chips to his stack. Ace-10 suited now for Gio under the gun. 4-handed, obviously a very, very strong hand. Goes for the open. Big blind, Peter, Queen 9 offsuit. He elects to defend. Good couple of hand matchups. Gio with a pretty decent equity advantage pre-flop, but Peter flops top pair. Not a great board for Gio's hand or his range particularly. It's okay for his range, but his actual hand's not loving the board. But on these two low card boards in ICM situations, the big blind's going to have folded a lot more of the hands that made a pair on the 2 low cards than they would in chip EV. So there tends to become like a better c-bet, and it's a bit more of a kind of Queen 7 nothing than a Queen 7-3, and there's much less 7x than normal as well. So ace high would be the best hand a decent amount of the time. Check on the turn. Peter probably going to come in for a block, some kind of value bet on the river. He might let to go bigger, but there's not too much to get value from that wants to call a big bet, so probably goes to like 350, 325, something around there. It looks like half pot. 450. Sized up a bit because there are some pretty natural bluffs available, which is good. Some 4-5, 5-6s, some missed flush draws potentially, maybe turning a 3 into a bluff, but there's not much that a 3 is going to get to fold, so those probably just check. But enough for Gio to definitely consider bluff catching with some hands like this. In particular, like this is a pretty good one. You're blocking some ace queen that might not want a 3-bet pre-flop. You're blocking some queen 10, which is a strong value hand. You don't have any diamonds. You don't have the 5-6, the 4-5-6 in your hand, so got pretty good unblockers. And obviously ace high beats a bluff unless he's bluffing with like a deuce or a 3, but like I said, I think that's probably unlikely. So Gio might find himself calling here, but there's also just going to be quite a lot of queen hex in Peter's range. There's going to be a lot of like queen and 7 or 8 with a diamond, but 8 with diamonds, but he's not going to want to size an 8 like this, I don't think. So it's really, he's repping like a queen or bluffs. Pretty good sizing. Gio does call. Shows the queen. Goes a reasonable call there. Definitely a reasonable call. Nice bet by Peter. Barnaby, king 7 off under the gun, no good. Nothing Nothing for Martin on the button. Queen 9 off for Peter in the small blind. Enjoying this chip lead versus second in chips dynamic, with the second being in position. It makes it a pretty level playing field, which is cool. Both these guys are good players as well. Gio getting the best of this flop, top pair. Not too much 3x in Peter's limping range, I don't think. A lot of that offsuit stuff's just going to get folded pre-flop. Gio wanting to get some protection here. There's going to be a bunch of like ace high, king high, queen high in Peter's range like this that he gets value from. Most of them have 2 overcards. There's going to be some flush draws in there as well, so definitely wanting value. Backdoor flush draw as well. Turning the gut shot. I think Gio can bet this one again. There's enough hands that just floated and have a club, or we're just like, oh, still are ace high, king high. So I think we want value and protection. Does go for the bet and gets the fold. Nicely done. Little back and forth there. Pot here, pot there. The other two guys looking for their spot pretty soon. Barnaby only has to go through the blinds a couple of times, a couple of orbits. I mean, there's obviously an orbit every 4 hands now, so it does start to get pretty good at this stage. This is the real fun part of the tournament. Gio going to be opening this one probably with a shove, I imagine, seeing what stack size we're in. I think it's about 13 bigs, so yeah, 12 big blinds. 10-6 suited, no thank you. Seems like everybody's having a good old chat at the table, being friendly, which is nice. A lot of time it's complete silence as everybody tries to effectively kill each other and steal their money, but you do get chatty ones now and then. Queen 8 off for Peter. He's going to come for an open. Seems good. Gio finds jacks on the button. 35 big blinds. Interessant spot. Goes for the shove. I think that's completely good, completely fine. Shove or 3-bet, not all in. I don't think you're going to get 4-bet bluffed all in enough. Like, and obviously ace king is going to be in there. It's going to suck, but I think we can 3-bet not all in there as a play sometimes as well. 2 short stacks behind, it's going to be obvious. Gio's range is pretty tight. I expect Peter to be opening wide. But if you're not 3-bet folding, then just shoving, winning pre-flop, not having to play versus this kind of strong range that continues. But we're in position. It's a whatever. Tens now. All the pairs. Ace Jack sweeted for Barnaby. I think he's definitely going to find a shove here. 11 big blinds. And Gio is going to call this one off, so we'll be flipping for it. Classic flip. Yeah, I think the other guys all folded undercards, so nothing been folded for Barnaby. He's got 6 clean outs.
Wow.
Very good flop D there. So flops the joint ace jack suited, prime for a double up, but Gio does have a set, so king queen or whatever the turn card is, or a 10. And we'll see an elimination. Otherwise, Barnaby gonna double up here. 75% of the time now. King, Queen, 8 or 10. Otherwise Barnaby's going to take the double up and will still be four-handed. Feels like a pair's less than it should. It feels satisfying when it does though. Whoopoosh! 8 on the river. Geo steals it back. Scoops a nice 2.5 million chip pot there. Adds to his stack. Drawing himself very, very close to Peter. So great job, sir. Three-handed now. Martin going to be one of the... how many big blinds does he have? I say one of the shortest stacks, obviously the shortest stack. I don't know how many chips he has exactly, but I think it was about 16 bigs, something like that. So, going to be a battle. Oh, 29 bigs, 3 million chips. Where did he get that from? Huh. Anyway, 29 bigs. Alright, so we got a fun little three-handed battle here then. Very fun. Peter kicking it off with a pair of jacks in the small blind. Jacks, ace jack. Geo just calling pre-flop. It's very good. We don't want to just 3-bet get in or 3-bet be faced with the decision of what do we get in for 50 big blinds. Nice to line your relatively weak defending range with some strong hands as well. Ace jack. Bet flop. Cool. Seems good. Turn 6 of diamonds. Very nice turn for Geo. Peter going for a double barrel here. It's a bit, maybe a little bit ambitious. Like he's trying to get called by like hands that are like a 10 with a diamond or something like that, or a gut shot with a diamond. But he's blocking some of the combinations of hands that have a gut shot on a diamond. Like he's blocking King of Diamonds Jack or Queen of Diamonds Jack. And there's also going to be like quite a lot of ace-x in Geo's range. Pre-flop, obviously, he's not going to 3-bet all of it or even most of it. It's just going to be ace-king probably. Even ace-queen might just defend. So he has full ace-highs and a lot of suited stuff. So a lot of flushes. So I probably would have checked the turn as Peter. Small bet. Geo's probably going to think that's quite weak, deciding if he can go for value here with ace-jack. I think it's the top of, almost the top of his range in terms of but he likes to check. I think it's okay. I think it's fine. Like we don't get called by much worse for sure. There's going to be some ace 9, ace 8, ace 7 in that range probably pre-flop, but I don't think two pairs ever check in the river or a set or a flush. So it's really like ace king, ace queen, basically. You can still have kings with a diamond, queens with a diamond. I think jacks with a diamond would make sense to bet the turn, but not jacks without a diamond so much, but that's okay. Looks like that was just a dealer change. But that small sizing on the turn, I think there's not going to be too much ace king, ace queen in there. It's a very interesting spot on the river. There's not too much to get called by that's worse. It's one of those spots where it's like you feel like you have the best hand, but what do I really get called by? George takes the chip lead with that hand. Let's go, let's have it. Peter with the mystery hand on the button gets it through. 5-4 off, not going to defend. All three of these guys have been played solid, so it's gonna It'll be a good battle and a worthy winner no matter who wins. Bunch of nothings in this hand. Geo opening the jack 6 off. Gets it through. Got big blind absolutely crushed. Marton there, your shortest stack, but not too short. Blinds up 61-20. Geo gets a walk again with 10-9. Up to 6.4 mil. A little bit of a gap between him and Peter now, about 10 bigs maybe. A little bit less, 8 bigs. And position. Position's obviously big 3-handed as well. Being the button versus the big blind is nice. Not so relevant being the button versus the small blind because Geo's not going to play so many hands out of the small blind, but nicely the other way around. King 10 sweeted. Probably going to go for the free bet here. We want to put pressure on now. We're chip leader and Peter's second in chips. We go for big free bets to get a lot of folds and win pre-flop because he's the middle stack, but it looks like Geo's just gone for the call. Oh no, he's gone for a raise. Clicked it. Clicked it. Not a size I would have chosen pre-flop personally, but perhaps he's been doing some studying he hasn't told me about with Andy, and this is a GTO approved play, or a solver approved play I should say. Geo goes for the small bet on the flop, gets peeled by the straight draw, seems good. We want to have bluffs on cards that are a heart. If we just only peel hands that have a heart or a pair, then we end up not really having anything to bluff with when heart's complete. And obviously we've got a bit of equity as well, even against over pairs with a heart we still got a few outs and we can win on a few run outs. Here we go, Peter going to start bluffing with his hand now. Good play, very good. Nice sizing too. Very well played, sir. George just said in our group chat, played weird for 20 minutes, had 2 brain farts, there's like a sauna in here, so perhaps that was one of the hands. Yeah, he said he just clicked it, didn't mean to. And jammed the jack for what I thought was 25 big blinds, but it was actually 35 big blinds. The jacks, yeah, the jack hand, I think it's okay to shove 35 big blinds anyway. Not the end of the world. But the king turn, yeah, definitely a misclick, but that's okay. So it's like a sauna in there, so getting distracted. Need some water, sir. Wash your face. Stop drinking Corona. Have a water. Probably a walk. So still three-handed guys fighting for 18,900 euros for first. And I think it's pretty big pay jumps. It's like 7k, 11k, 19k, so it's pretty chunky pay jumps for a 150 euro tournament. Potentially you see a deal if Gio and Peter get heads up with similar stacks, you never know. I think they both believe they can outlast Martin to at least get heads up at this stage though. Just having a decent chip advantage. 10-5 suited for Peter on the button, goes for the open. Nothing. Fold. Yeah, just getting blinded out a bit now, so now he's down to like 18 bigs. King deuce for Gio on the button. Wouldn't hate an open there. We're a bit deep with the big blind, but I think he's still going to be folding a lot with the middle stack. Oh, sorry, with the short stack in the middle. Not much for anybody that hand. See what we got. Queen jack off for Martin on the button. Comes with an open, which is good, solid. The only play really. I don't think a limp would be outrageous. Seven three suited for Gio. Defends and flops two pair like it ain't nothing. Three clubs though, so gives Martin a fair share of equity in the hand. Got the two overcards on the flush draw. Going in for a small bet. Now decision for Gio. Do we want to raise, get it in now against hands that have a club in them and are potentially overpairs, or do we want to slow play this hand? I think I think it would be a mix, and definitely would call sometimes just to check jam like on unimproved on brick turns, because we allow him to barrel hands that have one club in, and we allow him to barrel over pairs and then stack off with less equity than he has on the flop and other things of that nature. But our hand does want protection, but we don't get that much protection. Only really from hands like this do we get protection, like the Jack of Clubs, Queen of Clubs maybe, because King of Clubs, Ace of Clubs hands are all continuing, so we get value from them. But we can, there are still 2 streets, and it's obviously terrible if the board pairs and it's not a 7 or a 3, and it's terrible if a club hits, so there is some merit to just calling. Martin giving it a good old think. Just thinking, what does he have equity against? What does he not have equity against? What kind of bluffs is George going to use? What kind of values is he going to have? Gio's going to have a lot of flushes here, a lot of sets. 9s he probably jams pre-flop, maybe 7s even as well actually, so he might even shove 3s to be honest. It's whether or not Martin thinks that, but I think Gio's mostly going to have flushes here, and there aren't going to be too many bluffs. His bluffs are going to be like Ace of Clubs, King of Clubs heavy as well, so I think Queen Jack off with a Jack of Clubs is just a pretty trivial fold at this stage, to be honest. Gio takes that one down on the flop, does get the protection. It's a bit of a win to get that kind of hand to fold. King 3 off on button for Peter. Fours in a small blind for Gio. Playing 12 big blinds, yeah, goes for the shove. Only play, gets it through. Folding the bottom for Gio, Jack 4 off, 7-4 suited in the small blind for Martin, goes for the call. Peter 9-6 suited in the big blind, probably just going to be a check. Winner.
He was out in like 6th or something. Yeah.
Too easy. King 5 off on the button for Martin. This is just a fold. If you're gonna VPip, raise fold, not shove. Don't think raise would be too terrible. Peter folds the 6-4 off. She is always a little bit slow dealing free-handed live tournaments, but that's just part of it, I guess. So much shuffling compared to actual hands played. Ten 8 off in the small blind for Gio. Goes for the shove again. 10 bigs effective. Gets it through. Ten 3 suited on the button for Gio. Folds. 8-5 off for Martin in the small blind. Frustrated fold for him.
How many bullets? So far? Oh, right.
Queen 4 suited in the small blind for Peter. Goes for the raise and gets it through. Gio 9 deuce off. Peter on the button, ace 10 off. Going to be an open, obviously. George folding. Martin 9-3 off in the big blind. Brutal. That's what happens short-handed. 20 hands in a row with no hand. Boom, you're done. Literally. Not even 20, like 10 hands in a row. You've gone through the blinds 3 times. You started with 15 bigs, you're down to what? 9 bigs, 8 bigs. Brute's game. Seven 5 suited on the button for Gio. With the small blind being so short though, he just elects to fold. Martin all in, 5-6 bigs, 7-6 suited, and obviously Peter's going to snap him off with the ace king suited, and they're flipping. So if the ace-king suited can hold here, it'll be heads up. Off to the flop. Geo folded a 7 as well, so ace-king looking very good here. 7 in the window though. Ooh, but an ace and 2 diamonds. Brutal. Like, yes, 7. And we know that Geo folded a 7 as well, so draw into just the 1 7 and 2 6s. King on the turn means it's just the 1 outer now. Oh no, we've got a flush draw. We've got chunks of outs. We've got more outs than ever before. 10 of them. 10 of the bastards. Brick on the river. It's 2 pair brick. GG, sir. 3rd place. Not bad, not bad. Good game. Heads up for everything. The trophy, the money, the glory, and more importantly than anything else, the watch. So it looks like the guys are having a bit of a break before we get into the heads up play. We'll be right back.
Government don't care about you, they see through your TV screen, they looking at you, they go to your residence and they subdue you. When you're alone in your room, they listen to you. I know you can feel them crawling in your ear while you're in the bed, sleeping, they appear, staring at the stars, asking who's there, wanna see an alien. Look in the mirror. on my way, ho. Don't catch a halo. My name ain't Pedro, but I want the pesos. Get on my way, ho. The government don't care about you. They see through your TV screen, they looking at you. They go to your residence and they subdue you. When you're alone in your room, they listen to you. I know you can feel them crawling in your ear while you're in the bed, sleeping. They appear, staring at the stars, asking who's there. Wanna see an alien? Look in the mirror.
We're back for the heads up match. I have been told there was a deal. Both taken €13,425, €250 main event ticket, and now they're playing for €2,950 and the trophy and the watch, of course. Peter with the chip advantage, but it's not massive. So let's go. Oh god, look at it. The watch on the table is just so motivating. It's literally the most motivating thing ever.
You're playing a big blind ante, heads
So yeah, Peter there with a 10 big blind lead, so not massive at all. Playing 54 big blind effective stack. So we should see a decent bit of battling. These two both very solid. So we should see a good war here, hopefully.
Since the festival.
Let's go. Let's go. So don't forget, guys, as this comes to an end, there's still more great tournament action coming up this week. €250 main event. Slovak Series of Poker main event starts tomorrow at Banco. 250k guaranteed. There is the high roller on Thursday, but 900 plus €100 buy-in for that one. 30k guaranteed. Both get a watch for first as well. The main event's going to be massive. It's going to be great. It's going to be a great atmosphere. Go to spadepoker.tv. You can get discounted hotel stays, deals on drinks, food, etc., etc. All sorts of little perks and bonuses. So go over there, register yourself first if you're going to come down. Don't know what they're arguing about here.
But I'm not seeing the captions and commentaries on the screen as well. I mean, I just talk about the cards, it doesn't show. I'm not running the tournament.
Rough. Let's have it. Peter in the small blind / button, 10-8 suited. See what strategy he's going for. Goes for a raise, gets it through. Still a decent chunk of money to play for, which is nice. It's not just like a deal that takes all the fun out of the heads up. A lot of deals just kind of kill the tournament. Limp check. Gonna be a board that Gio wants to stab a lot versus the check. These king high, queen high favour him a bit more because he can limp them, but Peter's gonna ISO some quite aggressively, and Peter has a lot more kind of junk in his range 2 undercards that Gio would have folded pre-flop. So check raise, nicely done. Peter on the button this time. Jack 3 off. Completes Geo got him crushed with the king 3. Peter outflops him though. Flopping the jab, but Geo with the king of spades. Second nut flush draw, definitely not going to be folding just yet. King on the turn as well gives a massive jump in equity to Geo. Peter just drawing down to 2 outs now, but still believes he has the best hand. Trying to get value from 9 and a 4 or some hands with a kind of wayward spade. Check bet. Sorry, bet call. Check bet call. King of spades on the river gives Geo the nutties. He might think about leading here. There's going to be a lot of hands in Peter's range that snap check back that might consider calling versus a bet. Some of his weaker spades perhaps, or some 2 pairs straight. Bet does go check on the river. Geo wins that one. Queen 6 off for Geo on the button. Comes in for a limp ski. 10-5 off in a big blind for Peter. Peter goes for the ISO with the 10-5 off and gets it through. Not the kind of hand I would choose to use really at this stack depth, but gets it done nonetheless. A bit too deep, that's all. Geo are going to have a lot of hands that limp call that are dominating us and have really good equity, and it's not super playable, but makes it work. Geo flopping top pair here, getting the better of it. A nice hand for Peter, but not a great board, not much connection. Geo definitely going to want to lead here. There's a lot he can get value from. A lot of draws, a lot of hands that are just 2 overcards, and he's wants to deny equity to those hands, get some value, protect his hand. Does go for the bet, gets it through. Six 4 off on the button for Geo, it's going to limp. Ace King suited for Peter in the big blind, nice one for him to ISO, but I think Geo is probably just going to be folding. He might appeal this one 6-4, it's a bit weak, but in position. King Queen 4, something for both players. Backdoor flush draw and top pair, top kicker for Peter. Gio just with the bottom pair, but I don't think he's going to fold to 1-bet. King of diamonds on the turn kind of kills it. He was obviously hoping to make 2 pair trips or something that Peter might slow down on, but not going to be this one. I think Peter's just going to continue to go for value with the hand that's strong. So Peter stealing a pretty nice pot there. Took 7 or 8 big blinds off Gio. Peter opening the 5-3 suited, Gio with a nice hand to defend. Flops gut shot, 2 overs to the 9, not bad at all. Peter just with the tenuous backdoors, but does have range advantage on this kind of board. Gio going to defend at least 1 here with the gut shot. Making a pair is good too. Good check. Peter can check back some king X here, but unlikely. I think he's going to barrel almost all of it, so Gio should be quite confident he's got the best hand after it goes check on the turn. Obviously now he definitely will be with the jack on the river, giving him a straight. I think he should just be going for value here. No point trying to check. There's not much that's going to want to bluff, I don't think. A lot of stuff just has showdown of some kind. So I think we want to just go for value, try to get called by a pair, 2 pair. Some jack 9 type stuff that Peter would have rivered 2 pair with. You can just have a pair jack. Jack 8 probably barrels the turn. Jack 7 probably barrels the turn. Can have ace jack. Gio coming in for a small bet. 1/3 pot, takes it down. Nicely done. Queen 10 again for Gio on the button this time, but 7 deuce off for Peter.
Service? 7-6 suited for Peter on the button. Nice hand. Going to be
Probably raising this one. Geo flopping the open ender. Same open ender as Peter. Peter drawing various on that board, does just select to fold. Geo retaking the chip leads. Very back and forth so far, not been long, but only been a few hands, but Ace 10 for Geo, nice hand again on the button. Peter dominated, but Peter's definitely going to be defending the ace deuce. Both flopping a piece. Peter with the backdoor flush draw to go with bottom pair. Geo just top pair, top kicker. Very, very strong hand. Especially heads up. Peter check calling, seems good. But it's got the backdoor straight draw 2. Spade on the turn though, kills the flush draw hopes. Geo with still the best hand and a great board as well. He's going to want to do a lot of big betting here with his value hands on a board where there's 2 flush draws. There's just so much he can get continued by that's worse. He unblocks every single hand that can continue. And he wants to set up an SPR for shoving brick rivers as well, because he's still going to have the best hand a bunch. So I'm going massive for value here, at least pot, and potentially an overbet. In position we can go a little bit smaller, but it looks like 850. I would go bigger, personally. 975, yeah, still would go bigger, but it's nice and chunky. Peter does fold, nice fold. Geo with a nice lead now. Eight-4 off on the bottom for Peter. Goes for the 2.5x. Mixing of the strategy from Peter on the button. Geo 3 bets the king jack off and takes it down, nice hand. A7 for Gio on the button. Raise gets peeled by Peter with the ace-9 off, so ace-high board would be interesting. 7 in the window. Gio out flopping Peter here, the free outer. Going for some small value. Peter deciding to check call one, which seems fine. Got some backdoors. Ace-high could be the best hand, for sure. Four on the turn does not change anything. Five, six obviously got there. 4-5 made a pair at the same time, so there's some worse 7x Gio can get value from. He wants to get protection against 9, 8, 10, 9. He can still get value from a pair and a straight draw that he beats as well, so yeah, he's going for the double barrel, which I really like. Peter looking him up again on the turn. Non-believer. Gio shows down the 7. Best hand. Very nice. Chipping up nicely. Edging ever closer to the watch. Gio defending the 7-6 off. David with the Peter with the Queen 9 suited on the button. Spicy flop. Top pair for Peter. Bottom pair with the open ender for Gio. We're definitely going to see some chips go in here. Gio probably just going to check call. Don't really want to check raise this hand. He can have better pair and straight draws that dominate us, better draws in general that dominate us. There's no reason to bloat the pot with a hand like this. We would essentially be bluffing. So I'm probably just going to go check. Oh no, Peter going for something value again. Trying to just again get continued by hands like George has got. Hands with a 7, hands with a 10, hands with 1 club. Potentially thinks Gio might check raise some flush draws. Doesn't have too much ace-x in his range. Gio going to continue. Big sizing from Peter as well. I got a nice chunk of value there. Straight on the river for Gio though. Goes check, I guess. Apologies if you can still hear, but my stream has frozen, so I don't know what's going on at the moment. Because I just caught the end of the same hand. Gio 90 big blinds plays Peter 28 big blinds. Blinds 60k, 120k. And they have done a deal. Both taking about 13,500 with a €250 ticket to the main event each, plus playing on for €3,000, 2,950 plus that watch and trophy and glory. There it is. Same make as my one. I won one of these. I won two of these. Not two of that round, but two of these tournaments. Slovak Series. Very cool series. They just run so many great like low stakes series in Slovakia. I absolutely love it. Really would like to get back there. Peter gets that one through, adds a few well-needed chips to his stack. Peter taking that one down too, claws up to almost back to 4 mil. Eight-3 suited for Peter on the button. I imagine he's going to just limp this one. Nope. Wrong. Blinds up now, 81-60. Getting chunky. Geo defending the Queen 4 suited. King 6 deuce. 2 clubs. So nothing for Peter. Flush draw for Geo, second nut flush draw. Just goes for the check call. Seems fine. 6 on the turn. One that Geo might be interested in leading sometimes. Maybe not with this exact hand, but definitely one we might be interested in leading. You get him to just fold all of his air, maybe fold some ace highs, but Peter's quite sticky, so perhaps Geo thinks you might not even get him to fold ace highs and just wants to check and realise equity. Peter putting his foot down, just going for the 0 equity barrel. Blocks and folds. 7-8 suited with a backdoor type stuff. 3-4 suited he blocks. Gio's range going to be a lot of king and flush draw and 6 after he calls the flop as well, so we're really just targeting draws and like a deuce or something. Ace of hearts on the river doesn't change anything, but it's going to be hard for Gio to get the showdown. Obviously, maybe he just goes check check. Yeah, Gio going to win with queen high. Got him down to just 15 big blinds now. Smelling blood. The end is near. Potentially the end is near. Ace 10 off on the button for Gio. Goes for the raise. Ace of diamonds for Gio, so backdoor nut flush draw, overcard to the queen, 2 overs to the 4 and the 3. Just a gut shot for Peter. Gio just going to come in for a C bet. Peter going to peel one, I imagine. Not loving it though. Turning a pair for Peter. Turning rivering trips for Peter. He's going to win this one. I don't think Gio's going to be putting any more money in though. Peter probably going to bet the river and Gio will be folding. Having the ace of diamonds. It's not a big deal. Like, I don't think Peter's going to be bluffing too many ace high missed draws, but we can't just go around calling every river every time we brick everything. Yeah, Peter's just going to go for a bomb here, I imagine. I mean, it's SPR's like 1, basically, so he might just decide to shove. Looks like 900. Not very much in the way of natural bluffs either. Only diamonds, but 7-5 made a straight, 6-5, 6 deuce made trips. So 6-7 made trips. Just not very much. Ace deuce probably doesn't need to bluff. Ace high is going to be good enough for the time. We really would be looking at bluffing some like middling diamond hands. Yeah, nice fold. Nothing to bluff catch against there really. Peter picks up a few big blinds there. Still short though. Queen 4 off on the button. Tens for Gio. Going for the ISO, facing the limp, gets it through. Nothing on the button for Geo, 4 deuce off, going to be a fold. So Peter on about 19 big blinds. Doesn't take much to get 19 big blinds in, heads up. King 10 off on the button for Peter. Gonna open this one. Goes for the 2.5x Geo, King Queen suited, rejam. Nice, nice, nice. Don't think Peter's gonna want to call with King 10. A little bit too weak. Getting closer. Does fold, gets it through. Geo takes another little bite out of him. Queen Jack suited for Geo on the button. Got a premium every single hand. Peter defending the Jack 9. Jack high flop could be fun. Ooh, that's a fun one. Open ender for Peter, top pair for Geo. This could go in. Wouldn't be too difficult to imagine. Depends on Geo's flop size. Go small, yeah, I think Peter's just going to call against a small size. No reason to make the pot too big. 6 of hearts on the turn. Improvement for Geo, picks up a flush draw. Nothing changes for Peter, apart from not having a straight still. Looks like a check bet shove, and Geo has him drawing to 6 outs for the win. Just like that. Only has to fade an 8 or a king, that's not a heart. What are we waiting for? Put him out of his misery. Has he done it or not? Whooboosh! 9 on the river. No good. No good for Peter, and that's going to do it. George is your Slovak Series of Poker opening event champione. Gets 13,500 euros plus 2,950 euros for winning the heads up match, plus the watch and the trophy. Let's go. Absolutely love to see it. Absolutely love it. Don't look too happy about it, mate. Might crack a smile if you're not careful. Susanna are going to put the chips together for a nice little winner's photo. They'll get all that done. And there you have it, the watch, the winning hand, the trophy, the money, the glory, the fame, everything. Thank you guys for watching. Don't forget, main event this week, high roller this week. 280,000 euros in guarantees for those two tournaments. Go to spadepoker.tv, register there as a player, and you can get good discounts for your hotels, food, drinks, stuff like that. Do not miss it, it's going to be sweet. Thank you for watching, see you next time.
Get on my way, ho. Don't catch your halo. My name ain't Pedro, but I want the pesos. Get on my way, ho. The government don't care about you. They see through your TV screen and looking at you. They go to your residence and listen to you. When you're alone in your room, they listen to you. I know you can feel them crawling in your ear while you're in the bed, sleeping. They appear, staring at the stars, asking who's there. Wanna see an alien? Look in the mirror.